Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Big Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome each and every one of you warmly, every one of you who is joining with us right now in all of the different Facebook, the Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and all the different social media platforms as well all of you who are joining us from the different Kailasas across the world, the Goshalas, Gurukuls, the Devalayas, Annalayas, each and every one of you who is celebrating Kailashian, who is joining us across the world and tuning in right now for this sacred experience with the divine, a spiritual feast, we must. Now, before, you probably tried your hand in several different spirituality techniques, perhaps in meditation, yoga, that kind of thing. Especially nowadays when we are going through so much in this day and age, it is very likely that you have tried something. You have at least put your toes into the huge ocean of spirituality that exists in our world. However, for whatever reason, you might also have left behind those techniques, those practices, even if they have given you great joy. For many of us, we have had that same experience where we have had such a high in the spiritual field, we feel empowered, we feel so good ultimately, but some way, somehow we fall back into an endless cycle of anger and violence, of greed and fear, and we even start doubting the different solutions that we had once applied in our lives. It is unfortunate that many of us have even lost the hope that there is something tangible behind spirituality and the spiritual cosmic truths, and have left behind this life long ago. However, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always said that you are a possibility. He has shown us this possibility and the potential that each and every one of us carry, and given that to us as a reality, as something that we can fulfill. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is constantly enriching us with the sacred truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma through these programs and through these sacred initiations, and allowing us to transcend our mundane mentalities and unconscious lifestyles until the point where we feel that even in any circumstance, our mind will never stray away from the experience of bliss and costless auspiciousness that we have attained. And that is the real nature of the experience of eternal bliss, Nithyananda. It is something which even your mind will never be able to stray once it has its first taste. So welcome for many of you to your first taste of that very sacred experience. I'd love to invite each and every one of you right now. You can become a member of the YouTube channel. I see that Gilbert Renaud has become a Kailashian Bronze member. Welcome, Gilbert, and welcome to this program. I invite each and every one of you to become a member right now, and you'll be able to ask for a body scanning, a very unique opportunity to have one of the initiated Bodhisattvas of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to demonstrate the power of body scanning on you. And that's all coming up in the next few hours of this program. But first, let us be introduced to whom we are going to delve into today. Devi Parashakti. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. And she is the source where the Big Bang and the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashivoham. And the first and foremost relationship that we have in our lives is to the mother. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully teaches that our ability to relate even to the outside world, to another person, to ourselves, starts with mother. And even your idea and your ability to relate starts with the mother. So mother is too important of a way to connect what you think as life. In the Vedic traditions, our rishis, the ancient scientists of the spiritual world, knew this, and they knew the way that you can literally use that inspiration, that connection with the mother, in order to awaken your higher consciousness. And that is ultimately the highest potential of your relationship with even just your biological mother. You can extrapolate that to the relationship with your cosmic mother, and you can experience the deepest, sweetest, most beautiful, and easiest form to connect with through Devi Parashakti. So now let's understand what is this experience of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Samadhi is broken down into two parts, Sama and Adi. Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. And Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through a certain aspect. So what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Darshan is literally meaning to have a glimpse of. And in the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment that we behold a saint or enlightened being or a deity as well. And as such, just seeing the deities and seeing the darshan, having the experience of darshan can cleanse lifetimes of karma, and it can create a deep and lasting transformation inside of us. The darshan is this powerful superconscious vibration that is actually present around an avatar at all times. Just like the sun, whether or not you're looking at it, whether or not it's daytime where you are, the sun is always radiating light. In the same way, the avatar is always radiating superconscious energy. And the moment you behold that and you catch that light, catch that energy, that is what we call darshan. That has the power enough to give you the breakthrough to the next superconscious, to express the next superconsciousness. And it's literally like hitting a reset button to your being. And today, we're going to understand some of the fundamentals of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. One, the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, the Nijavataras, incarnations. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where the formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sarira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form or the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. So here, as an example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Raja Rajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. And the Arshavatar, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings, like you and me, are not mature enough yet to receive the higher level energy experience from the Arshavatar directly. The avatar comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of superconscious energy inside of all of us. So Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy inside of every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. And during the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshans, our neurons are doing a phenomenon called mirroring. Mirror neurons are activating and processing all the observed movements, our information of the avatar just by seeing. So that is our entire body can silently and without moving receive what is going on elsewhere, even thousands of miles away, in a process of just direct observation. And literally meaning that you can experience the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And Devi Parashakti has revealed what is known as the Akashic reading. Akashic readings, as you might have surmised, is not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. And in the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, the space dimension, there's no past, no present, and no future. That is why when you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are already clearly recorded. Now, before we enter into the more exciting segments of today's program, let us now be introduced to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities available to humanity. The present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the KAILASA Shamala Pita Sarvagnya Pita, coronated as the 293rd, and as well having revived the rituals and the social spiritual activities of the Madurai and declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvagnya Pitam by the Guru Parampara from the age of 16 on the 24th of May 1994, my mistake, and founded the mission of Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally in 1999. Founded Adi KAILASA Sarvagnya Pitam at the age 24 on the 4th of November 2002. And declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Sri Pura Sarvagnya Pitam at age 26 on the 1st of January 2004. The incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage at age 26 on the 31st of December 2004. The reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagnya Pitam at age 29 in 2007. The coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvagnya Pitam at age 30 in 2008. Officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age 35. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam at age 36. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adinam at age 36 in 2014. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Vedaranyam Adinam. Coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Svargapuram Adinam at age 37. Coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pita Kolada Mutt at 37 in 2015. And elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs at age 36 in 2015. And revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism, and leading the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. With over 26 years of relentless, tireless services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food bank, medical initiatives, and natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution, and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. Authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And authored over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded. Established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million Tamil scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And over 10,000 hours of discourses, over 1 billion views on social media. Respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. Honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. Acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The reviver of the sovereign order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora who are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. And the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And the establisher of 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems. And the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagyapitas. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment. We're going to be going on quickly into the next segment, where the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasants will be joining us to introduce us to our highest possibility that is enabled just with one initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's now have a quick break and we'll be right back in order to enter into the demonstration of
just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. And now let's just be introduced to all of the various powers once again and see what is it, the secret behind these powers. How do they work and how can you manifest Shaktis? So let's get into it. Today, the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasants, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through Diksha or initiation. And we will be receiving initiation into third eye awakening and other various powers. And today, especially, we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning, which is also a power of third eye. The third eye is a cosmic browsing center located between the brows, and which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would through two eyes. Now, what are Shaktis exactly? In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 powers. That's right, not one, not two, but 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, which can manifest through you. Manifesting powers or Shaktis are described as a system, a method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. There are some fundamental lines that we need to draw between Shaktis and what is commonly known as Siddhis. You might have seen people who are doing powers, who are manifesting different kinds of powers, but they are Siddhis, not Shaktis. Now, how can you differentiate? Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are a source of enlightenment, and Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. And a few other differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis of Paramashivam manifest through ordinary human beings in extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar, and Siddhis are not permanent and they actually might divert you from enlightenment. Shaktis, on the other hand, are permanent and they, of course, are directly the source from enlightenment itself. Now, what is the source of Shaktis? Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality, the cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, and form and causality. As the fundamental base of Vyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, the liberating grace for all living entities. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, is the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and where powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished way method. Now here you can see the Guru Parampara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with well-known, esteemed enlightened beings of the 21st century, including Annamalai Swamigal, Sri Kanchi Paramacharya, Visiri Swamigal, or Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar, Sri Tiruchi Mahaswami, Pundi Mahan, and so many more. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, initiation by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as the incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories, and all of this for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation once again on planet Earth. And the various different disciplines were Vedanta, Tantra, and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how can we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? I'm sure many of you are wondering. Every ultimate truth or jnana mapped into our consciousness or prajna manifests as a possibility, prajnana. And the science of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 aspects of evidence. Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time-tested and verified this science. The Atma Pramana, which is the account of the Supreme Content of Hinduism, this millennium's avatar personal experience of manifestation. And the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Now, what are the Vedagamas? Vedas are ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and Vedas are pure science where ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva, and they are ultimately eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastra or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So now let us enter into the power of body scanning. We're going to be seeing the Shastra Pramana and the Apta Pramana, the Atma Pramana for the power of body scanning. So let me first give you a definition. In this power of body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. And the Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning says, Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatmani yani nilayam yatvante vyajyate para. Which means Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the existential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts. The ultimate universal divine power Paradevi Adishakti is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. And now the Apta Pramana, the reference from the lives of Siddhas. The Apta Pramana for the power of body scanning is from the life of Agastya Muni. One day, a disciple had come to Agastya Muni and he was suffering from a severe headache. Agastya used the power of body scanning in order to identify the root cause of the headache. And he reveals that there is a small tere, or a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Tereya was his disciple, and he was called to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery was completed, the person is healed and cured of the headache, and thus the Siddha gained the name Tereya. And now the Atma Pramana. From the beginning of the advent of the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always been manifesting these profound sacred Shaktis, and has numerous times been demonstrating these powers from a very young age. And of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has healed millions and has scanned for their exact problems. But so today, Swamiji has given an example where Swamiji has literally been able to use the power of body scanning to exactly locate and diagnose the heavy metal poisoning that happened on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in around 2012. Paraphrasing in his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems were, imbalances that had happened, and where balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a very unique example of the power of body scanning. And also, of course, there's been millions of people who benefited, transformed their lives through the powers of body scanning just from the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. People who were able to pinpoint their exact problems, to see problems they perhaps never knew they had before, and find spiritual solutions with the solutions in the third eye. And now you can have this very profound opportunity in your life today. If you want to have a body scanning, you can comment now and comment in the comment section, give your consent, and you will be able to receive this power of body scanning, or you will be able to be body scanned by one of the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans. And now we'll be welcoming the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans to join us and to manifest this power, to demonstrate for each and every one of you the powers of body scanning. We'll be right back with you after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Just as you all heard beautifully from Manitya Nithyananda, we'll all be entering into the power of body scanning now. And to all those that are watching us, we can see Gilbert, Renaud, Aya, Mashri, and many of you are commenting. Many of you are watching us right now. So to any of you that want to experience the power of body scanning, please do go ahead and leave a comment here in the comment section under the KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Under the live video, you all can leave your comment, and we will be manifesting this power of body scanning with all of you. So this power of body scanning is a very profound manifestation of the divine consciousness of the avatar's energy being channeled through the human beings. And each and every one of you that are watching us right now, wherever you are, no matter whether you're somewhere in Australia or somewhere in Canada, any part of the globe that you are in, with your consent, we will be able to scan and see any issues that you are facing in your body. And we'll also be able to tell the causes of it and even the solutions for it. But just before we enter into the body scanning itself, a reminder to all the viewers that are watching us, please take a few minutes, subscribe, hit the subscribe button, and like and share this video. You will be getting more such extraordinary videos right in your YouTube channel.
And how are all of you? All those, I'm seeing more and more people starting to tune in. And I hope today is a great day for all of you. And we are also going to, in this program, you're also going to be learning many different things and getting more deeper insights about your own life and learning the sciences that are more rarely available for humanity. And we are going to be sharing such sacred, rare sciences. So stay tuned in for today's program. And all the people that are live right now that are watching us, if any of you want to experience this power of body scanning, go ahead and comment. Now, what is this power of body scanning? I'm sure you would have already heard the interaction that was given.
And just to assure you, this is not anything bad. We are going to be actually be able to, like some people had asked this question before, would you be able to see me as I am? The whole process is such that we'll be able to see your internal organs, or sometimes it will just be appearing as like words, or it might just give a small vision. It might be appearing in different ways. Like for me, most of the times I only feel that like whatever is happening, I'll start feeling that in my own body and I'll be sharing that. So it starts, it's of different ways it happens, but the power itself is an amazing, very ancient power that Swamiji has revived, which was a power that was once manifested even by the disciples of Agastya, one of the great Saptarishis. That very power Swamiji has initiated us into, Supreme Point of Hinduism has initiated us into this power, where all you will be doing is you'll post a comment here requesting for a body scanning, and we will be praying to Swamiji, connecting with Swamiji and chanting Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And because of the Diksha that Swamiji has given, through the power of third eye, third is just connects with your body. The cosmic energy even flows through your body, and whatever issues are there is just relieved.
Nityanandama, Ma Mohana Aragarajan has commented, Nityanandama, I'm looking for body scanning for my brother. Yes, ma, see, the whole software of this power is designed in such a way, only after the consent of that person, like even though it is your own brother, you have to get his consent if you can do the body scanning for him now. And if he gives an okay, then we can definitely go ahead and do this power of
just
body
to
scanning.
let you know, Ma, Mohanama, thank you so much for commenting. This is not that the power itself would not manifest. It is the ethics that Swamiji has taught us for this manifestation, that without the permission of the other person, they will not manifest this power. So you can, if your brother is able to confirm now that he wants.
And to all of you that are watching us in the meanwhile, just wanted to remind you all that this power of body scanning is in no way a substitute or an alternative or an equivalent to manifesting the power, or to having a medical diagnosis, or for you to go and having a consultation with the physician and doing this body scanning. Both of these are not an equivalent or an alternative or a substitute. This power of body scanning is a pure manifestation of consciousness, and therefore all the side effects of whatever we are manifesting, all the powers, is just the impact of the pure space of oneness. So this in no way is an equivalent to a medical diagnosis. So we highly encourage and advise each and every one of you all to make sure you get a medical opinion. Please have your doctor's opinion before you apply any of the solution that is suggested through the third eye.
Requesting if you can put the name of this person. No, thank you so much for that you got his permission. And you can put the requesting if you could put the name of the person.
Yes. And Andrea Zaya has asked for body scanning. Aya, yes, but I remember just recently, I think we had a body scanning with you. So you can maybe share with us if you're able to apply those solutions already and still continue to have some. Okay, great. So Aya has commented back saying, I started working out my muscles like you told me, and I feel much more energetic and powerful already. Beautiful. And sure, Aya. So we'll just scan and see if there's anything further. And Ma Mohana Alagarajan, meanwhile, Manitya Tattvapriyananda will be scanning your brother Ma and requesting if you can also post his name in the comment section, please. And please stay tuned with us. We'll be scanning and getting back right here with all of you, and you all can acknowledge back in the comment section.
You can go ahead and post the name of the person. Anyone else that wants to experience this power of body scanning, also go ahead and comment. And also do share this, like Andrea said, how you are sharing, how you are able to relate with us, and how you are able to experience this, how much this power was benefiting you. You had even shared it last time. Go ahead and share this video with more people, along with this message, along with your experience. Who knows? This might be one of those videos where people might suddenly stumble upon
and they will also start experiencing this. They might start getting connected to Swamiji, and this would become a divine intervention happening in their lives. So go ahead and share this video with people. Thank you, Mohanama. You have commented saying the names. So I'm going to be scanning now.
Yes, Andrea Saya, in the meanwhile, I just want to share with you. It's actually the moment I closed my eyes, I didn't see any problems much with the physical body as such, but I saw that there's some kind of like a powerlessness that is in you for some decision that you need to make. There's some kind of a uncertainty and that powerlessness which is sitting in your inner space, which is actually having quite an impact right now in your life and life decisions and choices. And actually, because of that, if you see in the recent past, you've been developing a lot of stress under the eye region. So, under eye region, you have a lot of stress which has been developing in the recent past. And mainly one is because of that there's an uncertainty and powerlessness in your inner space, based on which the thought current, based on which you build multiple conclusions and cognitions about life. And that powerlessness, and I particularly saw one thing that in your close relationships, there is something that you are choosing to hide or not be open about. And related to that, I saw some kind of powerlessness in your inner space, because of which you various other impacts are happening not just in your body but in your life itself, the situations itself. So this is the main thing that I saw. But this is also related to what I saw the last time, that the shoulder region having the stress and everything. So yeah, if you can just attend to that powerlessness and do that completion, you will really see a huge difference in the perspective, in the aspect of how you start relating with life, how you start cognizing, how you start responding to life will have a huge change. So this is mainly something that I saw here, that this is not physical, but this powerlessness does have an impact physically on your body. The tiredness, or there'll be some kind of a non-involvement, some kind of an uneasiness. All of this happens just because of that incompletion or that thought not being attended.
We also have a comment from Zenkyo saying, I'm not Chuyun Wong from Paramashivoham season 42 request scan. And also Andrea Saya has commented back saying, how do you see these things? It's exactly as I said it. God is amazing. These are the powers that Swamiji has blessed us with. Because Swamiji is amazing. And like for the first time, such mass level, these dikshas are being given, and the revival of the science is happening in such a fast pace. Swamiji, we're nearing Swamiji's 45th Jayanti, which is going to be happening on the 28th of December, and we're also having grand celebrations starting from the 18th of December. So you all can see just in this 45 years how much Swamiji has done, something unimaginable. Just 45 already has built a nation for Hindus and gifted these sciences to the world. Yes, Ma Mohanama, I just wanted to share this scan. And meanwhile, Ma Zenkya, you can say Ma Chuyun Wang, that Ma Nithyananda is going to be doing this scan. And I'm going to be sharing what was revealed with Ma Ramasundar. So, Mohanama, the first thing that was revealed is there is a problem that Ayya is having with kidney. In his kidney, the word came was dialysis, but I'm not sure what it is, or I don't know the exact meaning, but the word that came was dialysis. But there is a problem in Ayya's kidney. There are like small foldings that inside the kidney, which is normal for everyone. But in those foldings, there is a small like a gap, which is why the filtration process that is supposed to happen is not happening properly, and the toxins are getting back into Aya's bloodstream itself. One thing that Aya can actually observe would be the urea level in his body would be slightly higher. The filtration process is not happening properly, and instead Aya is actually losing proteins. Aya is losing some protein molecules, and this can be also seen like how one is his memory. The memory is also like he is having continuously this problem with his memory. He is not able to remember things, and he's feeling like a lot of weakness that is happening. But on the other hand, on the other hand, there's a lot of weakness, but there's a lot of fat that is starting to get settled in Aya's system. So there's weakness. As a response to that, the system is starting to store fat. And this is also affecting Aya directly. One is memory will be affected, and second is a lot of problems are starting to happen, starting with fluid retention that is happening already has started in his lower intestine, and he will also see there's a small swelling that happens very frequently in his legs. Looks like Aya is experiencing symptoms like loose motion before 2 days, like in last few days. I think within these last 5 days, Aya has experienced loose motion. This is because of an imbalance that is happening in the stomach, which is mainly heat, as well as there was an indigestion that had happened, but the exhaustion that he is feeling is not because of this loose motion, the diarrhea that's happening. Instead, it is because of the toxins that are getting back into his blood. There is a lot of tiredness and exhaustion that he's feeling, and he will also be experiencing like weakness inside, which is also making him feel unstable with life. So this is directly responsible for how he is holding life itself. And currently he needs some medical attention, and healing needs to be given to him. And this needs intense healing, as well as he is taking some medicine that is thinning his blood. And that is the cause of the kidney issue. So, Mohanama, this is what was revealed. You can share how much of it you were able to relate, and how much I was able to relate, and you can share that. And sorry, there's one other thing is there's a hormone. The hormone is secreted slightly lesser in Aya, which is causing him problems in his system, and this is making him feel more depressed. So these are the things that are revealed. So you can share how much of it Aya was able to read.
Ma Mohana, Ma requesting if you could just get back to us in the comment section. Meanwhile, Ma Shun Yun Wong, just want to share with you, Ma. Yes, actually, when I closed my eyes, it took a little bit long time to scan, because I didn't see particularly. See, I saw a few issues that is happening in your body. One is your liver is starting to pick up some issues, okay, and mainly that is because a very strong toxin is getting into your body. And I also saw alcohol content getting into your body very frequently. Along with your food, alcohol content is getting into your body. There's one thing in particular that I saw, Ma. And I also saw that you eat something like, I saw something like cheese. I do not know, something like butter or cheese, in that texture. And I also saw like noodles, something like long noodles kind of a thing, very frequently. And that is not good for your system that is impacting your systems a lot. So if you see in your stomach, it is like that whole there's lot of this content is undigested because you're not eating. It is not a healthy food. It's like a processed food which is not getting digested properly in your stomach. And if you see, you'll have so much of heavy feeling in your stomach. Very frequently it will reflect as like pimples or some kind of breakouts on your skin. This is one thing. And there's also weight loss. If you see, just in your stomach there'll be fat gain, but your whole body will have unhealthy weight loss. So this is a particular thing that I saw. And Ma Chunyun Wong, I request you to get back if you were able to relate to this, because something important that I saw is, especially because of the content from outside which you are taking inside of your system, your body is your body's health is deteriorating a little bit. So it needs to be really attended to, and you need to eat organic, right vegetables and fruits, and you need to change your diet very seriously. If you do that shift, there'll be a lot of healing that will happen in your body. If you just drink neem juice every day and have fruits and healthy diet, you will have a lot of shift in your health, and the strength itself will happen. And you'll also see you will start gaining your weight, healthy weight gain. It will happen to you, and your stomach will be cleansed and clear. So this particular food item, please completely, if possible, I like recommend you to stop it. But if not, also please avoid it as much as possible and switch to an healthy organic diet. This really needs to be like very seriously attended to. That's something that is.
Actually saw that respiratory issue, but I did not get the word tuberculosis itself exactly. But one thing, there's an oil made of camphor. This is a pure camphor. It is made of camphor, and that oil needs to be applied in Naya's back as well as his chest region, and that will give him a lot more healing. But you can receive the healing. You can even you can send a message to Swamiji's Facebook page, as well as you can get this blessing of healing also. Now I just gave a healing through the third eye, but you can also receive the blessings when Swamiji is coming live. Just put it in the comment section. Even if Swamiji's eyes fall on the comment, it will be a healing blessing for Aya. And one important thing that is revealed is the self-denial pattern and feeling that life is unfair. These two patterns need to be completed itself. So if you can show the satsangs to Aya and tell Aya to watch this, it will really help Aya to come out of this suffering. And the medicine that is being taken, it is a blood thinning medicine. There is an extra dosage which is being added, which is not really required. It is more dosage than what is needed to Aya's body, and that is directly affecting liver as well as kidney. Kidney is getting most affected, and if this continues, this will only make Aya feel more and more tired. The tiredness is not caused because of lack of oxygen, but the tiredness is being caused in Aya is mainly because of the toxins that is getting inside the system, which is creating a heaviness in the system. That is why he will even have suffocation, especially when he sleeps flatter, he'll have more suffocation before the breathing can even settle down. So this is what was revealed. And we thank everyone that tuned in.
And actually, we request each and every one of you also to take your time. Please do go back and reflect back on whatever we shared with you in your third eye, and do watch Swamiji's satsangs to understand, internalize, and apply the powerful cognitions which Swamiji has revealed to each and every one of us. And we thank each and every one of you for tuning in with us. And also, Shankar Gimiraya, you have requested for a scan, and apologize. You can come every day at around this time from 2:15 in AM Indian Standard Time or 2:30 AM Indian Standard Time. We will be beginning this power of body scan. You can join at that time and you can feel free to ask. We thank you all for tuning in and stay with us. We'll be entering into the next segment after a short break. Before that, we have Ma Chunyun, who's gotten back saying yes, she likes heavy foods and she said she will pay attention to it. Thank you so much. Yes. And also that particular food, Ma, that noodle-like thing and cheese kind of in cheese consistency, there was something. So you can just check with her and let us know, but please ask her to also avoid it. So thank you all. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back with you all after a short break.
3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASAs, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice
manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASAs, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. And joining with me now for this next segment is Manitya Priyananda. And both of us will be going into and explaining to each and every one of you one of the most profound revelations of Devi Parashakti, the secrets of Hindu birth.
Yes. So first, let's listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations made on the 31st of May, 2021.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள், உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன, அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் ஏது? ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So now let us understand exactly what Devi Parashakti has revealed.
Yes. So these are Devi's words mapped into English. Listen, she says, Andhajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam. Like this, 4 types of birds in 840,000 yonis in all these birds. The most greatest birth of them all is the human birth.
Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama.
And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have the Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents.
Human birth is uttama, the best. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is uttamottama, the best of the best.
And everyone who took this birth, the Uttamottama birth, has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma.
And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all of their soul.
Understand carefully. I'm giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life.
And after getting the body because of the painful deluge, not dropping fear, greed, and for those who forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them to the list of those who are not worthy of living.
Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who understand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veeraspariga and KAILASA Padavi.
For any reason, people who forget to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, there is no other way for them.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
And those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have a right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand.
The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living.
After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. And seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet.
So now, let us understand what exactly Devi means when she says that it is the responsibility of Hindus to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and why we need a nation.
Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and inherent divinity of every being.
And the Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and integrate gifts shared with the world.
So let's take a couple of references, real references from the Hindu scriptures about how our civilization once was.
So first, let us look at the description of the Ramarajya, the Hindu kingdom ruled by Bhagavan Rama, described in the Valmiki Ramayana. It describes there were no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another.
Yes, and
And
I'm
the
sure.
description
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, and the description continues on. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly, without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work, bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. So you can see that the Ramarajya was very abundant in many, many aspects, whether it was the people's virtue, whether it was the flowers, the fruits, everything was prosperous in the Ramarajya. This was even the standard by which they measured the success of the kingdom is very, very different from today's time, where we focus on the GDP of a country or the power of the country. But here it's clearly very different. It's the success of the people, the happiness of the people, the virtue of the people.
Yes. And even in the Mahabharata, it's describing how the civilization was. In fact, it says, Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all disease. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood, and there was abundance all around. There were no worldly worries left for everyone, and there was no cause of fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact greater than in the heavens. That's always my favorite way to look at it, is how happiness on earth was just in fact greater than it was in all the worlds, in all the heavens. And that's why gods and goddesses wanted to come down and enjoy their lives in the Bhuloka. And unfortunately, however, we're seeing that this history of such a perfect history of a great civilization that contributed to the world is actually lost or treated as a mythology in our modern day scriptures.
Yes, and this, as you were describing, this happiness was not just in one of the kingdoms, in every single kingdom, the Hindu kingdoms. This was a measure of the success of the happiness of the people. These weren't just one-off examples, but this is the standard across the Hindu kingdoms. Hindu kingdoms had so much to contribute in every single field, which is why everyone felt pleased with their own work, as it was described in the Ramarajya. Everyone felt pleased with their own status, with their own work that they were doing, because in every field, Hindu kingdoms gave breakthroughs, whether it was in the field of enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, legal systems. The Hindu nations gave so many breakthroughs, and these breakthroughs are still relevant today. Many of these sciences that were developed by these Hindu kingdoms are still used today.
Yes. And that goes to say that each and every one of us Hindus should be extremely proud, especially of us youth who are Hindu, who have Hindu parents, who have a Hindu background, should be proud and practicing Hinduism today. But unfortunately, today our ideas of Hinduism, our practice of Hinduism, everything has diminished to a extremely shameful low. So now we're going to go into the next part of this segment, where we're going to understand why we are in the situation that we are in today. And Hindu youth, the next generation of Hindus, we're not seeing how much we need to practice Hinduism, we need to be acting responsible for Hinduism, for the next generation, for Hinduism to be able to be protected, for the next generation to enjoy Hinduism, and for even us to enjoy what all our ancestors have gifted us as inheritors of this great tradition. So let's take a look now at how were Hindu nations destroyed.
Yes, so Hinduism faced a three-phase attack over the course of 1,000 years. Hindu nations were destroyed through various invasions, various attacks. So let's look at these three phases. The first phase came with the Islamic invasions. This was between 800 and 1700 AD. This was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. Will Durant, a famous historian and the author of the Story of Civilizations, Our Oriental Heritage, who has extensively studied India, history of India, and the history of the Hindu civilizations, has described that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions of Hindu and abductions of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of Hindu temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period. Millions more were raped and murdered and dismembered. You can see how barbaric these invasions were, how brutal these invasions were. And in the next description, we'll be seeing how the Islamic invaders used various punishment tactics, torture tactics, in order to dehumanize the Hindu population.
Yes, actually it was Abdullah Wasaf who had been describing the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus as conveyed to Alauddin Khilji by his Qazi or his legal advisor. His legal advisor had told him basically that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must with the greatest humility offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit in a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. And God created Hindus to be slaves of Mohammedans. The Prophet hath ordained that, and if Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep a Hindu in abasement is especially a religious duty, because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. And here you're seeing a very gruesome portrayal of Hindu women who are forced to wear garlands made from the bodies of butchered children.
Yes, this is just one of the many brutal and inhumane punishments that Hindus face in the hands of the Islamic invaders. And during the Islamic invasions, over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 Hindu temples were destroyed, and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. And Kanhadad Prabanda has described that the conquering armies burned villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged them with thongs of rawhide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. So you can see how brutal the Islamic invasions were. However, the next phase were the British invasions, which were not physically brutal, but were still destructive to the Hindu population, to the Hindu civilization.
Yes, as Swamiji says, the British occupation had literally broken a whole civilization, enslaved it, and not only physically, but also psychologically enslaving an entire civilization. Will Durant again had seen and quoted that I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. So here Will Durant is describing the famines, the engineered famines that the British occupation had subject the many populations, many communities in India, especially in Bengal. And these Bengal famines had lasted maybe 3 years maximum, but had murdered and massacred more than 45 million people in the area. And it was the most gruesome, most torturous way to literally kill an entire population. And you can see some of the horrific photographs of the state of people who are actually alive, people who are starving to death. And that is literally how the mentality of Hindus was completely broken in these times.
Exactly, as Mom Sadashri was describing, the British occupation literally psychologically enslaved the Hindu population by using various means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. This included engineering artificial famines to starve the native population into submission, as we saw earlier in the photographs and as Ma Sadashri described. This was one of the most inhumane ways to destroy a population by physically starving them. They also used discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority. They annexed the Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native people. They mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives. And unfortunately, this was one of the most cunning ways to attack the Hindu population, as it is still affecting Hindus today, as many of these mistranslated scriptures are still in public use today, as they are still used as references today across the globe, and in order to abuse Hindus and abuse Hindu principles and scriptures. The British Empire also destroyed the indigenous Gurukuls education system, which is literally the backbone of the Hindu civilization. And they also destroyed the local industries and forced importations of British goods and banned Indians from owning or producing firearms.
Many of these strategies were used, of course, simultaneously. So it was a very, very strategic and cunning attack in order to literally completely decapitate and ensure that a civilization could not stand back up. In total, the $45 trillion was looted from India, and 45 million Hindus were dead due to the famines and poverty imposed by the British policies, and 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. Shashi Tharoor, one of the MPs of the Indian Parliament, had said that the British came to one of the richest countries of the world, but over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And that still stands until today. Whenever we are seeing India, whenever we hear about India or Hindus in the news, it's always about a very sad picture of starving children, of people who are even abusive, and people who are literally drowned in such negativity. But we don't realize that this is negativity that is imposed by a narrative, that is imposed by years of propaganda, by social structure that is subjugating and marginalizing Hindus in their own land. And that's the worst part about it.
Yes, and this is actually not what the narrative was of India a few hundred years ago. Before the British occupation, India was known as one of the richest countries, as this description has shown. And it was very well known for its spice trade, for its textile trade, for its jewelry. Everyone across the globe wanted to come to India to trade with India for the abundance that India had. However, over the course of the British occupation, this was systematically destroyed. And now, as Masadashri has described, it is literally the poster child of third world poverty. When India comes to mind, people remember the impoverished children, people suffering, people starving. However, this is not what India was 200 years ago. This is not what the Hindu population, the Hindu civilization was 200 plus years ago.
And I'd also like to add that we Hindus don't even know our real history. Like, I'm sure, Purnapriya, you might not have even read this in a normal history textbook. And I've heard from so many people that even in India itself, the history is not told as it is. These references, the Islamic invasion, as well as the British enslavement of a whole civilization, is not told, is not taught in our schools. If you have had this experience, what was your experience of, this is a question to all the viewers, what was your experience of getting to know for the first time the Hindu Holocaust? And every Hindu has had an experience where suddenly, not in school, but in another third party, perhaps another book, or perhaps another Hindu, an authentic Hindu, have heard about the Hindu Holocaust. When I first understood, I was reading some of the most gruesome crimes done to Hindus in just like when I was probably around 16 or 17, and I had grown up having completely different ideas of Hinduism, and realized that the history of Hinduism is not even told and not even taught to me. I felt as if my entire history, what happened to Hinduism, was completely denied from me. If you have an experience like this, go ahead and comment, and we'd love to hear from you about how you first learned about the Hindu Holocaust. I'm sure many of us would have felt that you have never known this, that they've never taught you this, literally as if your history, your own history of your own heritage has been denied from you. The crimes done against you have been completely silenced by so many institutions working against the Hindus at a time. If you've had this experience, please do share with us. And we'd love to hear about it from all the viewers.
Yes, actually, this is a very good point, Masada Priya. Even when I was in school, we learned about the Aryan Dravidian theory, which only after Swamiji explained that this was completely false did I realize that the Hindu scriptures, everything was described when I learned in school. It was as if it was from somewhere outside of the Hindu civilization, as if the Aryans and the Dravidians were separate. And only after Swamiji did I understand that this was completely false, and this was a narrative imposed on the Hindu population to discredit the work of the Hindu civilization, the contributions of the Hindu civilization. Only after meeting Swamiji did I really understand this. So this is unfortunately very much pertinent throughout the Hindu youth today, who don't understand the reality of our Hindu history. So if you also have this experience as Masada described, please comment below and share with us how you have learned about the real Hindu history and what you have discovered through Swamiji and other various means as you are learning more about your Hindu history. And now let's look at the third phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization, the secularization of India. So this was after independence. India became a so-called secular country, and this phase came after that, during this time period. And we're still in this phase where we're ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies towards Hindus, where despite the British leaving India and India becoming a so-called free country, the British thought propaganda, the British ideologies, the British cognitions are very much instilled within the Hindu population today, in India today, where the reverence for the Western culture, Western ideology is still there today, even among youth and even among older people who are still carrying this ideology that was imposed decades ago. And Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic. So despite India being technically a free nation after Indian independence, it was still very much a anti-Hindu ecosystem. And the British ideology was still very much pertinent throughout, where they had very wrong ideas, and wrong propaganda towards the Hindu civilization, to the Hindu population.
Yes, exactly. And another India's first law minister, B.R. Ambedkar, and principal architect of the Indian Constitution, had also said that if Hindu Raj does become fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It's incompatible with democracy. The Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. Actually, it's quite ironic to me that this is something that they could have said, because as far as Swamiji has taught, Swamiji has revived Hindu democracy through Kailasa today. And only in this I learned that Hinduism was the source of democracy. Before we had, before democracy in the Western world, in Europe and in the Roman culture, Hinduism had a source. So Hinduism was the source of democracy. And I can give the recent example of Hinduism having equal right to vote for among people, with even Akka Mahadevi, who is one of the members of the earliest sabhas, or the earliest electoral, like basically a democracy that they had at the time. And and she was very much a person who would go debate in these sabhas, and the whole sabha, the whole democracy at the time, had exercised equal right to vote, had exercised a vote to a vote for all genders, all kinds of people, for no matter what their background or their caste or their gender. And this is the democracy that each and every one of us are actually from. But here in the partition of India, when they were forming the modern day constitution, people are saying that Hinduism has no place, or Hinduism is incompatible with democracy. We have to see the contrast between how history is exactly and how it is told today in our history books, and what we are learning from the mainstream narratives.
Yes, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the Hindu democracy, the responsible democracy, where people had the right to vote on the subjects which they were familiar with, which they were experts on, so that everyone was responsible for their votes, for their opinions, for their ideologies. And it's interesting, actually, one point that I want to highlight here is that before the so-called secularization of India, before India gained freedom, there were still Hindu kingdoms, Hindu rajas that were existing during the British occupation. It was only after secularization, only after Indian independence, did all of the Hindu kingdoms lose their sovereignty. Many Hindu kingdoms still had their sovereignty. It was only after so-called Indian independence that the Hindu kingdoms ironically lost their sovereignty.
Yes, it's a very good point. And in fact, in 1947, many of the Ranis and the Rajas were arrested. And at that point, they had completely been taken away, literally been stolen, their sovereignty been stolen from them, and they had been imprisoned for life or for a very long time for absolutely no reason of their own.
Yes. And the modern Indian legal system, academia, media have all systematically undermined, suppressed, and delegitimized new institutions and culture. They've done this through various methods, and we've heard and experienced many of these ourselves, where the Indian Constitution has written laws and articles that discriminate against the Hindu population by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindus. They've written anti-superstition laws to discriminalize Hindu practices, and the Indian Constitution has established government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and other institutions, while other religions are free from this interference. And we've seen this across Tamil Nadu, across many Indian states, where the government has taken over the temples and the funds of the temples. And as the government takes over the control of the temples, the authenticity of the Hindu temples, the practices are lost. And also mainstream media and academia have also portrayed Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors, and have carried on the portrayal that the British occupation, the British Empire, had imposed upon the Indian population, the Hindu population at the time.
And foremost, in one of the crimes that continues to happen is the media narratives that are used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt sex fiends in a manner similar to the British imperial propaganda. Media narratives are used to shape human consciousness, as we all know, and further political agenda. Racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, and dishonest and corrupt are perpetuated by brown British successors and modern India unabated. You're seeing some of the examples here from Bollywood movies, their posters, and you can see how there's so many parallels that you can draw just from British propaganda. Even if you put them together, you'll see that the same way that British had stereotyped Hindu orders as well as Hindu lineages and Hindu traditions, the same way is perpetuated by these extremely awful stereotypical posters that are made in movies that are abusive to Hinduism.
Yes, and if you've seen or experienced this, you can also leave a comment below and share with us what you've seen and how you've understood how these media narratives have been used to discriminate against Hindus. So yes, now let us look at the revival of the Hindu nations, why we need to revive our Hindu civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given the vision for the Hindu civilization, and in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, during the time of the Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all of the 56. The last to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing Hindus and aspiring Hindus, as a safe haven for all the persecuted Hindus.
This revival of KAILASA, the Hindu nation, is reviving this whole civilization, the whole life of enlightened civilization, and all the great things that it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all the offerings Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, and sharing it with the whole world is the purpose of KAILASA, the Hindu nation.
And this is exactly as Devi Parashakti has described. This is the responsibility of Hindus. This is why we were given the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, to protect Hinduism, to revive the life of enlightened sciences and civilization and share it with the whole world.
And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the foremost leader who is protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma and ensuring that at least in one place all over the world, the law of Hinduism, the cosmic constitution, is the law of the land. KAILASA is a revival of the cosmic constitution, and KAILASA is a model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamic Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures.
Being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through our history books. So what can we do to stand up for our Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? What can we do to fulfill the commitment that we have been given when we were given the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth?
Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. And this is something that each and every one of us should really question, internalize, and see how really we are expecting Hinduism to save itself, to protect itself without any kind of national identity, after having lost every single desha, every single nation Hinduism literally has no way to protect itself, has no way to ensure that the next generation and even us today living are going to be able to practice Hinduism with authenticity, it is utmost authenticity.
So what can we do to save Hinduism? Let us reclaim our Hindu identity. As Devi Parashakti has described, after coming to Bhuloka, we've gotten mentally deluded and forgotten the commitment that we've given, forgotten to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So let us reclaim our Hindu identity. We need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for our successful life. If we are Hindus and we are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, have a stable family life, have the best mental health, we need to understand that Hinduism is responsible. Our Hindu identity is responsible. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which have given us the best mental setup. And all the best things that we Hindus have are because of our Hindu scriptures.
Yes, and it wasn't until actually just recently Swamiji had told, I think it was last year during satsang, that Hindus are actually having the ethnic group, the religious group in most countries that has the least rate of divorce, and also is the most educated religious group. I didn't even realize this, even having been benefited from this as having grown up as an NRI, having been from a family who was living in the United States. I didn't even realize that how blessed literally I was to live the best of both worlds, to have the strong Hindu foundation and also have the best of the infrastructure that's provided by the Western world. And it's actually each and every one of us who is benefiting, who has enjoyed all of this successful life, and perhaps without putting any work into it. Even we can say that we have been able to enjoy the most from Sanatana Hindu Dharma because of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. But what are we doing to stand up, to give back, to express our gratitude? Are we even realizing that it is Sanatana Hindu Dharma that is responsible for us having such a stable life? If our families, if our parents, if our households were peaceful, if our parents were together and we had a happy, stable family throughout our lives that was supporting us continuously to have an education until we were educated completely, until we were married, and even after that, even for some of all of our even some from my peers, I can say it is because of our Hindu tradition, because of back even until Sri Rama, who had done the same, who had literally been Sri Rama and the Rama Raja, where in the kingdom the same policies, the same dharma was upheld. Today, Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. And it's because of Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters that are responsible for this. Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And even today, some of the most cutting edge technology, I was reading about this recently, is that the most cutting edge technology, even by Tesla, that was started by Nikola Tesla, is actually inspired by Swami Vivekananda when he went to the United States in 1900. And Swami Vivekananda had met with Nikola Tesla many times, and it had inspired much of Tesla's work and had inspired his entire company, his entire research that he was doing into the field of energy and into the field of having bioenergy and having sustainable energy. And it just shows how today some of the largest companies, the technology companies, have been influenced in some way or another by gurus, by Hindu gurus. And we have to really acknowledge that. We have to really see our history for as it is, and we have to see that each and every one of us Hindus are responsible for being able to ensuring that this, whatever we have enjoyed, is protected and there for future generations to enjoy.
Yes, exactly. And as Masada Shrupiya has explained, there is so much that Hindus have contributed across the globe and still contribute today. And Hindus are naturally peaceful people, peaceful in any community that they enter. They only contribute. And we will learn a little bit more about what Swamiji himself has explained about this and why exactly we need Kailasa to revive this whole science of living enlightenment and protecting this whole Hindu civilization.
Yes,
so now, go ahead, Ma.
Yes, I just wanted to add, as you were saying, is that as Hindus are the most peaceful, most loving and welcoming community. I just wanted to add, I just remembered a story from like just when I was younger, or one of my experiences. My mother would always give food for my teachers, for me to go and give food for my teachers. And when I was later growing up, I realized that every Hindu mother does this. Every Hindu mother is so loving that they just want to give. They just want to give to, like, they just want to give. And it's not like they were trying to impress my teachers or trying to gain the favor of my teachers. Anyone and everyone. My mother had the natural like inkling to feed and to share the food. And as of course, with the respected teachers and respected members of society, you would naturally give food. And just realizing only now that that our culture was so welcoming, so giving, so loving, and the amount that it is being attacked on the other side is absolutely barbaric. How we're seeing the contrast of it is truly shocking if you really see. And the amount that there's been looting in Hinduism, the amount is continuing, is actually because of us becoming more and more negligent to the crimes that are happening and turning a blind eye to the crimes that are happening. And it's not, and can never blame only the anti-Hindu elements that are forceful, that are absolutely violent, that are barbaric, that are coming in and actively destroying Hinduism. But we ourselves are responsible for this. Each Hindu, every responsible Hindu, being inactive, not voicing out, not taking any action, is responsible for the destruction of Hinduism. And
actually, I wanted to make one point. You had said, Ma, that Hindus have contributed so much to the world and what we've received back. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actually the perfect hologram for this whole Hindu persecution that has happened. Exactly as you were saying, what all Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has contributed to the world, and what all attacks, abuse that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has faced is exactly what Hindus have faced across the past several hundred years through various attacks and invasions. And this is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has faced and is now trying to revive and protect all that Hinduism has.
Yes, and we actually, Hindus, all the Hindu youth have to be extremely aware of what is happening against Hindus. If we have Hindu parents, if we are born from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, this is not the time to turn a blind eye to what is going on against Hinduism. And how much we are losing Hindus across the world, and Hindus are a dying population. We have to appreciate how successful we are. And I continuously see how much even the people whom I went to school with, the people I went to college with, are forgetting Sanatana Hindu Dharma as their root religion, as the very basis of their life. And just taking for granted the fact that thousands of years of establishing a Hindu civilization, of being a strong Hindu civilization, is what has given us this gift and been able to allow us to live such a rich lifestyle, especially in the Western world, and especially as NRIs or people, Hindus who are living across seas, not in India. It's each and every one of our responsibility for Hinduism. So let us take responsibility and let us reclaim our Hindu identity.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, as Masada Shripriya was saying, it is our responsibility to protect all of the great things that we Hindus have before our next generation forgets about it. Already, people of our generation are losing that Hindu identity that we once had, the pride in Hinduism, and forgetting all that Hinduism has given to them and their life, their mentality, their mental setup itself, the great gifts that Hinduism has had. So it is now time to reclaim our Hindu identity. So let us understand exactly what is the responsibility of Hindus, as Devi Parashakti has described. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the KAILASA, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity.
And some of its statistics are actually proving that. They goes to say how much Hinduism can contribute to the world, and how the solutions that we really need in today's world, in the world today, can be gotten from Hinduism and can be applied from Hinduism. In fact, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, globally more than 264 million people of all ages do suffer from depression. According to the World Drug Report in 2019, 35 million people worldwide suffer from drug use disorders. And again, according to the WHO, close to 800,000 people die due to suicide every year. And that is one person every 40 seconds. Yes, and worldwide, more than 70 billion land animals are killed for food every year, going and increasing the amount of global warming, climate change that is happening worldwide. These extremely shocking statistics, extremely shocking numbers, have solutions, and each and every one of these numbers is not having a solution today is actually an act of our own negligence. Today, Hinduism has the solutions for addressing seriously the symptoms of depression, and depression itself, the very root of depression. It has solutions for addiction, that it is going beyond your control, and it has the most practical solution for climate change as well, including vegetarianism, and being the largest contributing number of people who are vegetarian in the world. So in every way, Hinduism is able to contribute so much to the world. But the more and more we are negligent, the more and more we are straying away from our Hindu roots and forgetting our Hindu identity. We are suffering ourselves, we are getting lost into Maya, as Devi Parashakti has revealed, but also we allow the other world, whole world, to go continuously into Maya and be literally dissolved into the suffering that is happening outside, that so many people are going through.
Yes, as Masada Shakriya has described, Hinduism does have a solution for all of these problems, and it's all based on consciousness. There's only Hinduism that provides such lasting, sustainable solutions. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus out there, those who are born Hindus, those who are practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic toward Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore it and enjoy Hinduism. Come and become a part of the revival of this whole KAILASA. And you can sign up to be an e-citizen of KAILASA. Enjoy all the great gifts that Hinduism has to share with the world, and share everything that Hinduism has. Protect, be a part of this whole revival, and protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And you can go ahead and visit kailasa.org to sign up to be an e-citizen today, and enjoy all of the great gifts that Hinduism has to offer to the world.
Swamiji is not only reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma, but is successful at reviving and protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma. 1 year ago, when two sadhus were brutally murdered in front of the whole media, in front of so many people, by so many different factors, and by a huge mob, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had launched a week-long series on the Hindu Holocaust. And it was then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had told the world that he would bring international intention and the international audience to listen to the Holocaust that the Hindus have gone through. And just recently, on the 2nd and 3rd of December, the Supreme Pontiff has literally done that. Having, on behalf of the 2 billion Hindus of the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had ensured that in the United Nations, the 14th Forum on Minority Issues of the UN Human Rights Commission, a representative from KAILASA had actually been able to speak on behalf of KAILASA and the 2 billion Hindus all over the world, and in order to bring the international attention towards the Hindu Holocaust and the ongoing crimes against Hinduism, and as its leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in this way been absolutely successful and will be successful to ensure that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is protected. Swamiji has already done 90% of the job for each and every one of us, protected Hinduism for us to enjoy and to continue living the most glorious lifestyle of enlightenment.
Yes. So let's understand directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself about why we need Kailasa. And after this, we can see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already been successful in reviving this whole Kailasa, as Masadashiva has explained. So first, let's understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about the need of Kailasa.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system,
Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all these scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing this whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day, that's all. A cup of curd rice per day, over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode
all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. KAILASA is all about university, to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution, contribution, contribution.
Yes. So as the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed, Hinduism has so much to contribute to the world. That's what Hinduism is all about: contribution, contribution, contribution. And that's exactly what Supreme Quantum of Hinduism has been doing over the last 27 years of relentless, tireless service to humanity through various initiatives and programs. If you would like to be a part of this KAILASA, this revival of KAILASA, you can visit kailasa.org and sign up to be an e-citizen. Enjoy all the benefits that Hinduism has and everything that Swamiji is reviving. You can be a part of this whole revival and contribute to humanity with this. So we'll be understanding a little bit more about how Swamiji has already been reviving all of this and has already built this KAILASA, how Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been recognized by the UN and various other leaders across the globe. So we'll be right back after a very quick break and understand how the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has already been successful in this whole revival.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word once my guru was trying to teach me that
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, welcome back after that quick break. Now, over the course of the last 1 hour approximately, if you've been joining with us, have been listening in, then we've had a brief overview of the physical destruction of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the psychological enslavement of Hindus, and after that, how Hindus have not been able to stand up, and how Hindus have now been subjugated to so many different inequalities, have been disproportionately attacked, and have become a minority in the very land which they had originated, in the very land which is supposed to be Hindus or supposedly Hindu. Until today, we have literally been seeing that Hindus are attacked continuously. What was once 56 deshas is now zero, absolutely zero. And it is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who is the foremost advocate for bringing political legitimacy to Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That means reviving the Hindu nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already been successful at doing so. And during last year, in a Hindu Holocaust series, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had continuously been speaking in after atrocious attacks against Hindus in India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had announced to the world that he would fight for Hinduism, and he would stand for Hinduism and ensure that the international audience will listen to the persecution of Hindus. And today, we literally saw that as a success. On the 2nd and 3rd of December, the permanent representative of KAILASA to the United Nations had spoken on behalf of KAILASA and the 2 billion Hindus all over the world at the 14th Forum of the UN Human Rights Commission on minority issues. And in this 2 minutes where the spokesperson, the permanent representative, had spoken and addressed respected chairpersons, delegates from all over the world, and different countries' permanent representatives as well, including India and other countries, other substantial countries and powerful countries. KAILASA had represented Hindus across the world, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had ensured that the persecution of Hindus has a voice and is being brought to the attention of the international audience. And we're now just going to see that phenomenal historical video of the first ever time that Hindus are being represented in an international forum at the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland.
Madam Chairperson, esteemed delegates and colleagues, I represent KAILASA Nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums. I want to specifically bring to light the attack on minority Hindu traditions. Hinduism, as people know, is not a single monolithic religion, but it's made up of thousands of unique Enlightenment ecosystems, which are called sampradayas. In recent times, many Hindu gurus, Hindu minority traditions, and temples have come under attack by majority ideologies, and a large number of traditions have virtually disappeared. There has been no recognition of the attacks by international human rights groups, as in these cases, it is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the attackers from the attacked. For the past 10 years, the KAILASA nation and SPH Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam have been attacked and silenced in India as a religious minority, as a linguistic minority, and because extremist elements are opposed to KAILASA's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including marginalized Dalit women and the rights of members of the LGBTQ and transgendered communities. In 2019, KAILASA approached the OHCHR presenting the case of persecution, and when this document reached the Indian media, a very well-funded defamation campaign was started by news sources which were supportive of the union government, alleging treason and sedition on part of the KAILASA nation. A number of false cases were subsequently registered against KAILASA leaders, and one of our university campuses for women in the state of Gujarat was razed to the ground in a matter of days by mobs along with the local government. KAILASA has since submitted a number of reports on the persecution to various forums available within the UN, but not much action has been taken. In June 2021, KAILASA made a submission on the attacks of ASMT women in the session by the UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on the rights of indigenous women, and further submitted reports how to end femicide and on gender justice. Later in September, KAILASA's report on media disinformation in India, which is a big problem, was accepted by the Special Rapporteur for the right to freedom of opinion and expression.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I
So that gave us a huge breakthrough. Just recently on the 2nd of December, this huge historical event had happened, and still now we've been celebrating across KAILASA all over the world the representation of Hindus in the United Nations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after a 5,000-year-long Hindu Holocaust, this step, while it might be a milestone and not completely the end, not justice done to Hindus, this is a strong stance and a strong step towards protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma that Swamiji has done completely and entirely alone, without any kind of support, and bringing us forward in order to ensure that that Hinduism does survive and all of us are protected entirely. So I invite each and every one of you to share as much as possible. You can find this video on KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and also the Facebook channel, the Facebook page of KAILASA, and you can be able to share the news, share your feelings. You can share how excited you are about it, and it is all going into reclaiming our Hindu identity. Our first and foremost responsibility is to end this silence. Negligent Hindus are as criminal and as responsible for the destruction of Hinduism as the people who have abused it outrightly. So let us stop being silent when crimes are being done against Hinduism. Let's take responsibility by voicing out, by enriching as much as possible, and let us do it the Hindu way, by contributing, by sharing, by enjoying and sharing the bliss that we have, because we are inheritors of the best tradition. So now let us briefly go over how you can participate on social media and you can become a part. There are so many different benefits that you have. The first being on YouTube. First of all, if you're not a member already, please make sure that you are a member of KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can see our name right here if you are not already seeing it. This is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official YouTube channel. You can make sure that you go there. You're joining as a member. You can click on join. That's the first step. Once you have joined as a member, then you have exclusive privilege to be able to participate in the chat. And that is also being able to receive the body scans, being able to participate in the discussions, being able to be a part of this digital enlightenment ecosystem. So you can also, during the Nithyananda Satsang, ask your questions in the YouTube super chat, in the YouTube chat. and Swamiji will be able to see it and be able to answer also. And you can also ask any questions, request blessings. This is also the way that you can directly interact and ask your questions to Devi Parashakti during the Baba Samadhi darshans as well. So that is for YouTube. And as well, YouTube has more than 7,000 videos. That's over 10,000 hours of discourses, of darshans, of intimate, beautiful question and answer sessions with the avatar, of so much of Hindu knowledge being made available to you wherever you are. So you can just be able to sit, relax, and enjoy the best of Hinduism just on this channel. So you can also subscribe and ensure that your notifications are turned on so that you won't miss a notification when Swamiji does have the live darshan. And so now let us understand a little bit more about Facebook. Facebook, I'm sure many of you are watching this live video or live stream from right now. If you are watching from Facebook, make sure that you are liking and following KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And the Facebook page is the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with millions of followers from all over the world. And you can ask your questions. First of all, make sure that you are liking this video if you're watching from Facebook, and you can ask your questions in the comment section of the live Facebook video. So every day during our programs, the live Facebook videos are started. You can participate, you can be a part, and there's no membership required here. So you can be don't need to be a member of any of our community or for the exclusive privilege of commenting. So you can exercise being able to comment here freely at your will. We also have Twitter. Swamiji is present on Twitter. So you can go to Twitter, you can follow at Sri Nithyananda, and make sure that you can ask your questions in the reply section of the live stream with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And you can ask the avatar. You can do this during the satsang as well. Whenever Swamiji has live satsang, Swamiji will and does look at the chat. And if you are blessed, if you are open and praying enough, even Swamiji will answer to those and can also answer your questions directly during the satsang. It's always a beautiful way that Swamiji directly answers, directly interacts, and we are able to literally interact with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So make sure that you are liking and following on Twitter as well. And we also have Instagram. On Instagram, you can go to Sri Nithyananda, which is the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Instagram. You can follow on Instagram, and on the live posts, you can ask your questions in the comments. And also, if you're not very familiar with the social media, if you're not comfortable or you are staying away from social media right now, which I know many people are, you can also chat. You can ask your questions through WhatsApp chat. If you go to kailasa.org, this is one way that you can send in any of your questions. During the Nithyananda Satsang or during the live Baba Samadhi darshans, you can ask your questions on WhatsApp. And directly through WhatsApp, you can go to the WhatsApp widget at kailasa.org. You can also visit kailasa.org to learn more about Kailasa, the Hindu nation. And this is one of the ways that you can see how much the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed to Hinduism. You can learn more about the background of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see the departments and services of the nation of Kailasa, and you can become a part by getting your e-passport, by registering yourself for the e-passport today. I'd like to take a few minutes to also encourage each and every one of you to stay tuned for the announcements for the next segment and also for the upcoming events. In the next segment, we'll be able to see the calendar of events that we have upcoming as we are approaching the most festive season, which is the 45th Jayanti celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have so much that is happening, especially during this time. We are celebrating the advent of the Avatar 45 years ago in this very time. And the whole universe is celebrating with us And this is the time that each and every one of us can offer our gratitude, can celebrate with Kailasa, that we are living with the avatar, that we are able to live with the avatar, be able to call ourselves literally his devotees, his followers, and be a part of this nation of Kailasa. It is literally Nityotsava, a eternal celebration here in Kailasa. And I hope that each and every one of you has a chance to become a part. So again, you can become a part by liking and following all the social media platforms. Become a part of the digital nation of Kailasa from wherever you are. You don't have to be physically in Kailasa. Physically, you can. We will be able to bring Kailasa to you. And yes, as you can see here, we have the upcoming celebrations, the Nithyanandotsavam celebrations from the 16th of December this year to the 8th of January. So it is a 21-day long celebration. It's literally the entire month, and we're going to be celebrating day in and out with live darshans of Swamiji, with rituals, with live programs and special programs that are going to be happening as well during this time. You can offer your gratitude as well during this time, and in the next segment we'll be going in a little bit more about how you can offer your gratitude, what are the offerings that you can make. But of course, there's always, for us Kailasians, the most sacred sentiment of offering the Pratyakshapada Puja. So if you can this year, if you can do it, let's begin the new year and let us celebrate the happening of the avatar. Let's offer the Pratyakshapada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This is a wonderful time to be able to offer our gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and out of his sheer compassion, his love, he accepts everything that we offer and removes all the karmas that we are having and allows us to live an enlightened, liberated lifestyle. So now we'll be moving on to the next segment of today's program, and you can, each and every one of you, learn more about how we can deeply connect with Devi Parashakti, offer our gratitude to Devi Parashakti through the next segment, where we'll be seeing the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. And it is always such a beautiful pleasure to be able to share with each and every one of you the sacred revelations of Devi Parashakti on this platform. Please do make sure that you are liking and subscribing in YouTube and in all the different social media platforms. We will now be having a quick break and coming back to you for the next segment of today's program.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers, for our next segment of today's Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. And this is the segment of the day where we share with you about what are the different ways each of us can connect with Devi Parashakti, and how can we express our love, devotion, and gratitude to the divine. And I would like to share start this segment with a very beautiful story. And this story is about how in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the puja is nothing but a seva.
And this is a kind of an interesting story shared by none other than our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. How when the rituals, when they are done with the true spirit, they always give us the result. And so there was this great devotee of Paramashiva, and he was doing the puja to Paramashiva every day. He used to do it religiously. He had a beautiful deity of Paramashiva sit, and he used to just continuously do the puja. And his only wish was that he had to have the darshan of Paramashiva. Paramashiva should appear before him and give him the darshan. So he used to sit and do the puja, but he never got the darshan of Paramashiva. So he got fed up. He said, Paramashiva is not giving me darshan. I'm going to change my Ishta Devata. So he moved the Paramashiva deity to the corner of the puja room. He put a new deity of Mahavishnu. And he said, okay, now I'm going to become from a Shaivite, I'm going to become a Vaishnavite. So he got a new deity of Mahavishnu, and he kept it in his puja room. And Paramashiva deity is in one. He didn't have the heart. After all, he has worshipped Paramashiva for all these years. He didn't have the heart to throw it away. So he said, you know what? No puja for you anymore. I'm keeping you in one corner. And he got the deity of Mahavishnu, and then he started his puja. Now, as he started the puja, when you light the incense sticks, based on the air, how the direction of the air, the aroma of the incense stick was actually flowing towards Paramashiva's deity. He had kept it in front of Mahavishnu, but the aroma of the incense stick was going towards Paramashiva. He got so annoyed. He's like, Paramashiva did not even give me darshan. Why does he need incense sticks? So he ran to the deity of Paramashiva and closed the nose of the Paramashiva deity so tightly that the deity should not breathe the aroma of the incense stick. As he just closed with his hands, as he touched and closed the nose of the deity so strongly, suddenly he felt that the texture was a little different. And he just opened his eyes and saw it was Pratyaksha Paramashiva standing there giving him darshan. And he felt so guilty. He's like, Paramashiva, what are you doing? Till yesterday, every day I prayed to you just for one darshan. You never gave me the darshan. Today I kept you in one corner, didn't even do puja to you. I moved on to Mahavishnu. Today you are giving me the darshan. Then Paramashiva said, till date you saw me only as a deity. Only today you really believed that I was there in that. It is not the deity. I was there in that. That is why I gave you the darshan. Whenever devotees feel that protection, that the deity is there, the deity responds to us. They are not just idols, as mistranslated and misquoted by the Max Mullerian translators or the anti-Hindu translators. They are deities there whom the prana pratishta, the life energy is infused into them, and they respond to our prayers. So Hinduism is a greater science. Just because the Western society is not able to understand or is not introduced to the greater science of Hinduism doesn't mean these sciences don't exist. Our great masters, whenever an enlightenment avatar happens, they create hundreds and thousands of temples which radiate the energy for thousands of years, and these deities are still alive. And I'll share with you one more and beautiful example of a deity. And this was a deity of Devi Parashakti. She is from Karnataka, and I forgot the name of the deity. But the uniqueness of this deity is any question you ask the deity, okay, any question you ask the deity will write and show the answer. Any question you ask the deity will write and show the answer. So this deity was, Swamiji wanted all the monastic members to have the darshan, and they were actually bringing the deity in a procession, Urvala. And Swamiji told, us to invite and request the deity to visit the Adinam, the Bengaluru monastery, when we were there. So I was there at that time. So how it happens is the deity is like a Utsava Murti, the deity of Devi. And the priest holds that deity, like the deity is in a pitam. And the deity is kept on top of the pitam, means the base, and the priest holds the deity. Any question you ask, the deity moves, like the priest actually writes the answer on an rice. The rice is spread on the floor, and the priest actually writes the answer on the rice. Means the deity moves, the priest that holds the deity, and the deity just moves and writes the answer, and you get an answer to that question. And many of the Adinavasis who were there, they went and asked the question to the deity, and the deity actually wrote the answer and gave. And I think one of the sannyasis at the time even asked the spiritual name, and the deity wrote the spiritual name and gave for her. So, the deities are literally living embodiments of the divine energy, manifesting the consciousness and the very being of the energy, the divine energy that they embody. So these deities are living energies. They are literally alive and they respond to our prayers. So when you make an offering to any deity, those deities accept your offering because of the bhava with which you connect with the deity, the attitude or the aspect with which we connect with the deity responds back to us. And you will literally see the deity responding to you in a way. Like if you connect with the deity as a mother, how the mother responds to a child, you will really see the deity responding to you. Yes. So let us now enter into what are the various different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And joining me in this session is Manitya Nithyananda monk. So we are now going to present to you the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti, and what are the significance, the benefits of those offerings, and how can we express our love and devotion to Devi Parashakti.
Yes, and Gnanatma Swami, I was just wanting to share when you were sharing how the deities are so real in Hinduism, and they just respond to how we connect with them. And for me, being born as a Hindu but growing up in the modern day and age in India, the urbanized India, we didn't really relate to deities the way we actually should be learning about. So it's only when Swamiji happened in our lives we are even able to relate to this aspect of deities and how it is so very real. Like Swamiji says, it is Guru who shows us what God is. It is Guru who gives us the experience of God. So that experience, I think, during inner awakening, during the darshans, or any prayers that we put in front of Swamiji or speak to Atmamurti, when even that gets immediately it is answered, that is when we realize, what Swamiji is sharing about the deities. Like even without verbalizing, it gets answered.
Absolutely.
So,
and we commonly say in Kailasa that when at the time of Vivekananda, when Vivekananda went to America, he had to at that time wear the Western clothes to be able to connect with people and for his message to reach. At the time, he had to wear the Western clothes at that time. And then when Srila Sri Prabhupada, the founder of the ISKCON, the Krishna conscious movement, when he went to America, he took the Vedic lifestyle, and many of the Western disciples, and even till today, all the ISKCON disciples, they wear such traditional attire, right? So the Sri Prabhupada brought the Hindu, the Indian Sanatana Hindu Dharma culture, the lifestyle to the West, and made the Westerners embrace this lifestyle. And then comes the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who made Indians and Hindus wear the Indian lifestyle and embrace Hinduism. That's the biggest job, is to make Indians and Hindus, the born Hindus, to embrace Hinduism, to embrace this lifestyle. And being born from a traditional family in India, I know how much resistance I had to wearing sari, way back, or even a half sari when I grew up, because you were so made to believe that sari is so uncomfortable for you, and whereas the Western clothes or a pant or a t-shirt is portrayed as something very comfortable. However, last 12 years, I've been wearing and living in a sari. It's the most comfortable dress that you can have, and it makes your whole body, balances the samana in your body and helps you in the Kundalini awakening. So there are so many benefits which we are not told purposely by the anti-Hindu narratives and the anti-Hindu media, and purposely portrayed. So the biggest success of the Supreme Portal of Hinduism is teaching Hinduism to Hindus and making Hindus as Hindus, making Hindus in India live and embrace Hinduism and embrace the lifestyle is the success, one of the greatest success of the Supreme Portal of Hinduism. As you were saying this, I really wanted to share this, Ma'am.
Yes, ma. So definitely that is really one of the things I feel most grateful for, that we are living at a time when we have Guru to guide us through these things. Otherwise, we would have missed the beauty of Hinduism. We would have completely missed the very purpose of why we are choosing to be Hindus, choosing to be born as Hindus. So yes. And with that, let's look at the various offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti to express our sacred sentiments to Devi Parashakti. Like we have been sharing, the offerings are more a gift of gratitude, a gift that we give to somebody very close to us. It is just something that we just want to give out of our love and devotion more than anything else. So the e-hundi offerings are your token of gratitude. You can make this offering as your token of gratitude, and just as any temple would have the hundi, where you can offer anything that you would like to offer to the divine when you receive the darshan. You can also make the e-hundi offerings in multiple currencies and any amount as you wish to offer. And Devi is described as Bhakti Priya, the one who is fond of true devotion in the Lalita Sahasranama. Let's look at this verse from the Lalita Sahasranama. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the translation for this verse, it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. And it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharada Radhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati herself. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana describes Lord Shiva as Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness upon her devotees. So you can make your offering of gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, your token of love and devotion in the e-hundi, in the offerings for the e-hundi. And this can be offered in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice.
And dear viewers, if you are watching us live on YouTube, you can comment in the YouTube live chat. If you have any questions, if you would like to share anything, your experience with Devi Parashakti, your experience watching the Akashic readings, manifestations through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we invite you to come on the YouTube live chat and post your comment there. So the next offering we have is the offering of the Sankalpa offering. And the Saundarya Lahari, the verse there says, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire oblations in the homa or yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. And let all actions of the pleasure of mine become part of your worship. Blessings for both asked and unasked. remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti. So whatever you want, the conscious resolution, you can create that sankalpa, make the sankalpa offering. It is possible for each and every one of us to do the sankalpa because it's just $1 per person. So if you have 4 people in your family or 5 people in your family, you can offer it for all of you for $1 per person. So it will be totally $4 or $5.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu. This is the offering of the pure gold coin, and each coin is inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. So you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. And with each coin being inscribed with one of the 1008 powerful names of Devi Parashakti herself, you're also blessed to manifest and awaken the very same divine qualities, the divine attributes of Devi Parashakti, and imbibe these very same attributes and powers. So you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next offering we have the Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, which is the finger ring with a pearl. Now, the reference from the Devi Suktam says, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by the Devendra, who is praised by the Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her soul, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles. So pray to Devi Parashakti and offer the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, to have protection of Devi Parashakti from all dangers and fears.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. And this shloka, the prayer describes, this is a prayer to Devi Parashakti, and it describes Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradaini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. In the translation of this verse, it says Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos, I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. And Devi Parashakti, the very embodiment of Devi Saraswati, Devi Mahalakshmi, and Devi Parashakti herself, she showers the blessings to attract positive relationship in all personal and business dimensions. So you can make this offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, to Devi Parashakti as your gift of gratitude and devotion to Devi. You can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next offering that we have to Devi Parashakti is the offering of Swarnamiti, which is the golden toe ring. The reference from the Saundarya Lahari, the meaning of it says, Lord Brahma, the creator of yours, selects the dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adisesha with his 1,000 heads somehow carries the dust of your feet with great effort, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice and applies it as his holy ash. So you can offer the Swaranamiti and receive blessings for a life of leadership qualities by offering the worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, achieved by even worshipping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. Meti is a golden toe ring to worship by adorning the divine Devi Parashakti's feet.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry which adorns the crown of Devi Parashakti, which represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara. And Devi is described in the Lalita Sahasranama as Sudha Sarabhivarshini. It means she who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, which permeates through all our 72,000 nadis and the Agna Chakra, and gives us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So you can register for this offering on the website and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings for an enlightened lifestyle. So you can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next offering we have is the most sacred offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, offering of gratitude and the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. The reference from the Guru Ashtakam says, Yasho me gatam dikshu dana pratapa jagat vastu sarvam kare yat prasadat manaschena lagnam gurorangri padme tatakim 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 tatakim. My repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as reward for my virtues. Yet if one's mind is not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? Receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja at the divine lotus feet of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the very embodiment of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Just living around the avatar, the life around the avatar. What a big blessing it is. You know, every day, every moment of your life, just because you live around the avatar, you live with the avatar, the life is just so transformed. And we get an opportunity to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. I remember one, being blessed to live around and at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. I have had and been blessed to have so many miraculous experiences, wonderful experiences living around Swamiji. And I would like to share one such experience today. And this happened in the year 2015. And we were going to go to the Kumbh Mela that was happening in Nasik. So the Kumbh Mela is the world's largest gathering of humanity, as you may be aware, and it is organized by a body of the sannyas organization called the Akhadas. And Akhadas are the ancient apex bodies of Hinduism, and which are sannyas-based organizations where huge number of sannyasis are there. And the Nithyananda Sannyas order, the sovereign order of Kailasa, the Nithyananda Sannyas order is a part of the Mahanirvani Akhada, and Swamiji is one of the head of the Mahanirvani Akhada. So in 2015, for the Nasik Kumbh Mela, we were all traveling to Nasik, and Swamiji said, why don't, because it's about a 24-hour road travel. So Swamiji, loves road travels, and Swamiji said, why don't we all go in a bus. And Swamiji and about 25-30 of us, it included the House of Representatives of various zones, all of them had come to India. So it was Swamiji and a group of disciples where, about 20-30 of us were to go from Bangalore to Nasik by bus. So the bus started at early morning. We were to leave around, I think, 4 o'clock in the morning, the bus was to leave. And we packed all the food and all the things required, because once Swamiji is in the bus will not stop anywhere, other than for like a restroom break. Other than that, the bus, typically we don't stop the bus anywhere and the bus straight goes. And Swamiji said, instead of traveling in Swamiji's car, Swamiji said he will also come in the bus with everybody else. So it was like a dream journey to be with the avatar, literally like from morning 4 o'clock to next day morning 4 o'clock, we'll be in the same bus with Swamiji. So it was like an memorable travel. And when Swamiji is in the bus and he's traveling with all of us, we had so much of literally it was like a blissed out. All of us were so blissed out. We were so joyful, and the whole bus was just giggling and laughing, and we had such a fun time with Swamiji. So it was around morning 4 o'clock we started, and the bus was like driving. Around evening, I think maybe 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, we were entering the Maharashtra. And we were to pass by the Sholapur, and that place was known for the Mahalakshmi temple. Mahalakshmi temple belonging to the Niranjani Akhada that was there on the way. So Swamiji said, we are anyway passing by that place. Let's have the darshan of, the Kolhapur Mahalakshmi, and then we go to Nasik. So, a few calls were made, and we spoke to the priests of the temple, and they were so happy to, to welcome Mahamandaleshwar Swamiji, and they said, yes, please ask Swamiji to come. We will offer the traditional respect to receive Swamiji into the temple, and they were all ready. So everything was arranged. So the bus went and parked, in the nearby parking lot. And as soon as we came out of the bus, there was a guide who was waiting outside to, take us all into the temple. So we got down, and Swamiji and about 25-30 of us, we all got down. And the guide took us to the temple, and the priests were waiting outside the temple. And the priest welcomed Swamiji, and they took Swamiji and all of us to all the shrines and the Garbhagrahas, showed the Aarti. It was a very, very, very beautiful darshan. And the temple was small, but it was very nice. Had a beautiful darshan of the Kolhapur Mahalakshmi. We finished everything, and we came out of the temple. Okay, so Swamiji and about 25 of us standing just came out of the temple, and we were looking to go to the parking lot. And the guide who took us from the parking lot to the temple, that guide disappeared. So we were all wondering how to go. We are not able to see that guide. In India, the minute you pay somebody, that person disappears. You cannot find him anywhere. And it was almost 9 o'clock in the night, and we were looking around. And so Swamiji was there. And typically when Swamiji is on the road, right, the crowd tends to gather. They will immediately realize that, okay, it is Swamiji, and they will all come and they will touch Swamiji's feet, and huge crowd will start gathering in a very short amount of time. So we have to leave that place immediately, so to avoid any kind of crowd gathering around Swamiji. So what happened is, I immediately ran to a nearby fruit vendor who was there, saying, can you please tell where is the parking lot? He asked me, which parking lot? I was like, yeah, the parking lot of the temple where all the buses park. And the fruit vendor told me there are 10 parking lots around the temple. Which parking lot are you talking about? Literally my heart came out of the body. I was like, what? 10 parking lots. Okay, so Swamiji is standing on the road, and the public has already started seeing Swamiji. There are about 25 of us standing, all of us looking around like, not knowing where to go. And we have Swamiji with us, and we are calling the bus driver. The bus driver's phone is switched off. So we don't know where the bus is, and we have nowhere to go there, and we are all roaming around, and all the 25 disappeared in 25 different directions to somehow try to find out where the bus was. And Swamiji was standing, and each of us were trying to find out, because we didn't know what to tell Swamiji. We can't tell Swamiji, we don't know where the bus is. We are trying to find out. So we are all trying to act busy that, trying to find out where the bus is. So then Swamiji called me, and he said, what is the problem? I said, Swamiji, we don't know where the bus is. The bus driver's phone is switched off, and the guide who got us, he is not to be seen. We don't know where he is. So that person is not to be seen anymore. So, and there are 10 parking lots around this temple, Swamiji. We don't know where our bus is. And Swamiji just closed Swamiji's eye for like 2 seconds. And he said, go and find out where is Mahalakshmi parking lot. And I immediately just disappeared from that place, went to the nearby fruit vendor, and I was feeling extremely guilty, and so I felt like I can't be so irresponsible, especially with Swamiji traveling with us. So anyway, after Swamiji told, find out where is Mahalakshmi parking lot, I quickly disappeared from there, went to the nearby shop, and that shopwala said, you go straight and take a right and take a left. He gave some directions. So I ran back to Swamiji and said, Swamiji, this is what he's saying. He said, okay, let's go. So I just followed, the directions given by that shopkeeper, went straight and took a right and left, and we reached the bus. As we reached the bus, the great bus driver who decided to take revenge on us was just coming after his meal. He has nicely put his phone on the charge inside of the bus, and he has gone. And just now he had his dinner, and he's nicely walking back, saying, "Arey madam, aapko aa gaya kya?" It's like, have you all come back? It's like, Appa, where did you go? Last half an hour, we are frantically searching for you. So anyway, he came, and we all got into the bus, and there was like a pin drop silence in the bus. Because typically the bus will be like, everybody will be like talking and giggling, and it's such a light moment. But everybody felt like, oh God, we should have somewhere noted down where the bus was. We can't just like walk around. And all of us felt that. So there's like a pin drop silence in the bus, and nobody wanted to say anything. And Swamiji was also sitting. And then after maybe like a few minutes into the travel, the bus started and we were going to Nasik. And then few minutes into the travel, I gathered up some courage and I was like, Swamiji, how did you know the name of the parking lot? Because none of us saw the name anywhere. And I asked Swamiji, how did you know the name of the parking lot? And Swamiji looked at me and he said, just listen to what Swamiji said. Swamiji said, I just rewinded time and I just played back the whole scene as we were coming out of the bus. I just played the whole scene. And I saw, as we were walking out, I saw the name Mahalakshmi parking lot was written there in the corner. So I just rewinded. Like how, you know, when you watch a YouTube video and if you want to watch a specific scene, you just pull that YouTube video back and you watch. And that is how the dimension of time is for Swamiji. You know, he just rewinds time. And Swamiji said it so casually, you know, as if it is like a YouTube video which was buffering and then you just go back and replay the video. Swamiji said, yeah, I just rewinded time and I just replayed that scene. It's like, what? Rewinded time? Swamiji, you know, and living around an avatar. These are just some of the multitude of experiences that each of us experience around Paramashiva. You know, living around an avatar for who is beyond the 3 dimensions and who's beyond all the, you know, who lives in all these vertical time zones, who can travel across the different lokas, who can travel beyond these dimensions, and who is the creator, the sustainer, the, you know, the rejuvenator, the one who pulls us out of delusion and ultimately liberates us. Living around that being in the physical human body is just out of our minds. Like we can't even explain the experience that we get living around the avatar. It was just too much. And all of us were like, you know, listening to Swamiji saying, I just rewinded time. You know, all of us were just like, okay, what did we just hear? You know, and who are we living with? Who is Swamiji and who are we living with? It was such a memorable experience for us. And you know, just remembering each of these experiences that we get around Swamiji makes our life so different. And that is whenever you know, I meet some disciples or devotees and they ask, I think Mashri is enjoying the story that I shared. So she's commenting on YouTube. See, whenever people ask, Ma, you left your job in America and you took up sannyas, I felt like, you know what? Why are you still out there? Why didn't you leave your job and come? You know, we have Paramashiva with us. And our joy is to live around Paramashiva, experience Paramashiva in all his Ananta Kalyana Gunas, his imperishable qualities. And for once, we have a chance to experience the avatar. And who happens, typically avatars happen in 3,000, 5,000 years. When Paramashiva has come down all the way from Kailasa, assuming a human body, walking the planet Earth, what other life do we have rather than worshipping him and just enjoying his leelas? The divine leelas of the avatar, we have to enjoy, and that's all our life is for. Just enjoying the leelas around the avatar. So just remembering these moments and remembering who we are living with, just offering gratitude, saying, thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for giving me this experience. And I wish to offer my gratitude just for you happening in my life. And from that bhava, from that specific attitude, you offer the pratyaksha pada puja, the offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. And as Adi Shankaracharya has mentioned in the Guru Ashtakam, Manaschena Lagnam Guru Rangri Padme, if your mind is not fixed, what is the use of anything that we have? However, if your mind is fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, you feel like literally, you feel like a Brahmanyam Bahuputratam, you feel like a favorite inheritor of the cosmos. Isn't that your father, or how are you related to Swamiji? Right? I relate to Swamiji as my father, whether it is your father or a guru, or you relate to Swamiji as your mother, whoever it is. And that being can give you anything and everything you want. What else is there for us to worry about? Whether it is from your next meal to the ultimate experience of liberation, you have a being in your life, a guru in your life who can give you everything. What else is there for us to worry? What else is there for us to think about other than just offering gratitude? Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for doing this to me. Thank you for being there, and thank you for guiding us every step in the way. Other than thank you, what else we have to tell and what can we tell? And Avatar, who is the one who is creating these multiverses and universes? Who is Paramashiva? Who is the creator, the manifester, the rejuvenator of this whole cosmos? Just offering our deep gratitude at the divine lotus feet of the beloved Swamiji. That is why in the Guru Gita, Paramashiva says, Dhyana Moolam Guror Murti, Puja Moolam Gurov Padam, Mantra Moolam Guror Vakyam, Moksha Moolam Gurov Kripa. The ultimate form of worship is worshipping the feet of the Guru. See, there are millions of pujas in Vedic tradition. But Paramashiva himself says the ultimate worship is offering the worship to the feet of the Guru, because that is what can liberate us, can make us experience that oneness with the Avatar. And just sitting at the divine lotus feet, offering your gratitude, your whole being melting in gratitude, just thinking of the Guru is a heart. That is what, if you are able to do that, if your being just melts thinking of the Guru and offering of the gratitude, that's it. You have the highest wealth in the cosmos, the feeling connection with the Guru. So, Amritama, I know we can keep going sharing on and on and on, and any time seems so less to talk about Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. Anything you would like to add, Ma, in this aspect?
Yes, ma. Just wanted to. I just remembered one incident where Swamiji had blessed for my father-in-law. He had been diagnosed with cancer, actually lymphoma of stage 4, and he had asked my father-in-law to come and get the darshan every day, so the healing can happen for 10 days. And what happened was, during the time of this 10 days, that was one of those days was when the horse riding incident happened.
Oh.
Yes, so which Swamiji shares so beautifully, like how, even he fell off the horse and it was a multiple fracture. So we know that story. But for us on that day, what happened? Generally, we would come little early to the temple during where the Panchatapas used to happen. And then also when, so that day somehow our cab got delayed and we could not come till after the satsang, like when the satsang is generally about to end. That was the time we could even reach the gates, the Adinam. And so at that time, we were stopped at the gate saying, no, today you can't go in yet. And they had closed the gate. And I was thinking, oh, we missed, I don't know why we couldn't go in. What happened was, as we were waiting at the gate, they said Swamiji's vehicle is coming, Swamiji is coming, and they opened the gate and Swamiji was coming out in the vehicle. He saw us and at the gate he blessed. So even that day, like,
oh God,
we were delayed. If we had gone into the temple, we might have missed him. He made sure that even on the day, and when we saw him in the car and he blessed from the car, we did not know any such thing had happened, because like even his hand, like had his big smile and his hand was raised and blessing and all that. I could only later I got to know of all this incident of the fracture and everything.
God.
So I was like, even the tiniest details he takes care, when he's blessing us, as it feels too little to express any kind of gratitude. Anything we say is too less for the level of detail that he takes care. When he says you come and have healing for 10 days, he makes sure he's there and he's giving the blessing. So
no, I can't even imagine what you're saying, because I was there at the very scene when Swamiji fell on his hand, and the hand had a multiple compound fracture, the right hand, and it had a multiple compound fracture, and the doctors actually later said that if it were anybody else, they would have fallen into unconsciousness, unable to bear the pain. that level of pain the body goes through when the body has a multiple compound fracture. And here you see Swamiji having a multiple compound fracture, and not even, there was no plaster, nothing was done. It was just like a towel that was, kept around just to not move the hand, with a pillow resting as Swamiji was going to the hospital. And Swamiji sees a devotee waiting for healing with a multiple compound fracture on his right hand, and both the bones had broken into multiple pieces, and sees a devotee and raises his hand and blesses them to ensure that that devotee's healing does not stop when Swamiji had a multiple compound fracture. I mean, I can't even imagine, I don't even know how to explain this. This is just unfathomable. Swamiji talks about enriching. Swamiji talks about, life is for others. But we always feel, isn't there a limit to, to how much Swamiji can make himself available to people, even at that moment where, see, imagine your body is in a fracture and you'll be like, you know what, first let me attend to it so that I will be available for my disciples later. You will never think like with your hand, when you are being rushed to the hospital, you will heal somebody on the way and go. It is just unbelievable what you're saying. Actually, I never knew this. Of course, I knew about Swamiji's hand fracture, but not knew that on the way Swamiji had actually seen you and healed to ensure that the 10 days didn't get missed. Oh God.
And not only that, only on that day our cab was delayed, we got delayed, and we were at the gate when Swamiji was coming out of the gate. So the timing and everything to that detail, our life is taken care. So yes, so I really don't know how every disciple would have so many incidents in their life, and how to express our gratitude to Guru. And I think Pratyaksha Pada Puja is one such beautiful occasion, the most sacred opportunity any disciple can get to just be in the presence of Guru and just celebrate. And that too, this time we are getting to celebrate this occasion on the day of Swamiji's happening on the Avatara Jayanti, the Avatara Dinotsava, the Jayanti day celebrations. So yes, it's definitely the most beautiful, most sacred offering. And anyone who would like to just express any gratitude, any devotion, and anything you want to offer to Swamiji, just for being in your life, just for being happening as your Guru, I think you should just take this opportunity and register for this, because it's too precious to be missed.
It is too precious, and never ever take a thing that, okay, I can always offer it next year. No. There were so many people who took Inner Awakening for granted. Inner Awakening was a 21-day retreat that used to happen in India and in many places. So many people thought, okay, anyway, next year also Inner Awakening will be there. I will attend. All of them are Inner Awakening. I should have been there. I would have met Swamiji physically. I would have gotten the initiations physically. And today there are thousands across the globe who feel like I could not meet Swamiji and physically and take this physical darshan. So never take anything around Swamiji for granted, and let's all experience, and more. See, as many Pada Pujas as you can keep offering, because it expands you. It makes you experience the deep love and feeling connection with the cosmos, which is the ultimate wealth. What can $1,000 in the bank do to you? But a Pratyaksha Pada Puja can do so much to you. So it is not that, you can never put a money tag to Pratyaksha Pada Puja. It is beyond everything. It is priceless, valueless. Where will you get the divine feet of Paramashiva to offer the puja to? But it is a token of your love. You are just showing your love by making that offering. So no disciple, no devotee, nobody should miss Pratyaksha Pada Puja, especially on Swamiji's Avatara Dinotsava, the day when the super consciousness, Paramashiva, decided to, out of its extreme compassion and love for humanity, decided to assume the form as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to grace us all, to bless us all. So the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you can offer it on the day of Swamiji's 45th Avatar Dinotsava, which is occurring and falling on the 28th of December. So, with that, We will, you can register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja by visiting the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
Yes, and the next offering we have is the Vastra Seva. And this is a seva that you can offer along with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So when you register for this seva, you will be you'll get to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja as well as offering of a sacred cloth which will be offered in your name. So as you offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the sacred cloth offering will also be offered to Guru. So you can register for this offering, and this is one of the very sacred offerings which bestows a devotee with the sweetest path to enlightenment and complete protection. It's a very traditional offering that we offer to the divine. So you can register for this offering, the Vastra Seva, on the day of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And you can register on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
The next offering. So here are the list of the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti and to Devi Javatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The E-Hundi offering, which is any amount. The Sankalpa offering, which is $1 per person. The Sahasra Nama Swarna Kasu, which is the gold coin offering, which comes in 3 different denominations: $75, $151, and $251. The Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, which also comes in 3 different denominations: $251, $501, and $751. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden lotus, which also comes in 3 different sizes: $600, $1,200, and $1,800. The Swarna Meti, the golden ring, the offering of which is $750. The Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, is also $750. And the divine sacred offerings of Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Vastra Seva are $1,000. Now we will take you through a walkthrough of the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
So here we have also some information about the Nithyanandotsavam that's coming up, the days of celebration of the 45th Avatara Dinotsava. So the celebrations start from 16th December and all the way till 8th January, we have the celebrations happening. So you can also find out more about the celebrations, and any offerings that you would like to offer to Devi Parashakti today, you can register on the links on this website. So we have the links for the E-Hundi offerings and also the link for the ornaments and sevas. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering to Devi Parashakti, you can fill out the form on step 1 and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality. And you can make the offerings of the E-Hundi in multiple currencies. So you can make the offerings in US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, Singaporean dollars, Indian rupees, Malaysian ringgits, Great Britain pound, Chinese yen. So you can make the offerings in various currencies, and you can make the offering in any amount of your choice. And the ornaments and sevas, you can register for any of the traditional ornaments and sevas on the website. So whatever is your favorite, whatever you want to offer as your gift to Devi Parashakti, you can register for that and you can make the offering on the website. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, the Swarna Meti, the gold toe ring, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva, or any of the traditional offerings and sevas You can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And once you've, yes.
Yes, no, sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, once you've made your offerings, you can also fill out the Sankalpa form, which is the form which with your name and the names of your family members. So your names can be chanted during the offerings of the puja and rituals to Devi Parashakti. So you can fill out the Sankalpa form with all the details for the names to be chanted during the rituals. Yes. So those are the traditional offerings. Yes. Good.
And on the 14th of December, we have the Gita Jayanti coming up. And we have a very, very, very special darshan of Swamiji on that day. The day when Bhagavan Sri Krishna delivered the most sacred scripture, Bhagavad Gita, to the world. The day when Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave the Vishwarupa darshan, that darshan of the divine cosmic form, to Arjuna. The day when Bhagavan Sri Krishna awakened Arjuna to the true purpose of his life so that he can do his duty. The day when Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave the ultimate teachings, not just to Arjuna, but to the entire humanity itself. Even till today, Bhagavad Gita is one of the most read scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is the best, one of the best books which anybody from a small child to a scholarly pandit, or it applies to each and every one of us. We are able to relate to Bhagavad Gita and apply it as a practical manual and a strategy for our lives. The day when Bhagavad Gita was delivered to the world is celebrated as the Gita Jayanti, and this year it falls on the 14th of December as per the Vedic calendar. And on that day, as Bhagavan Sri Krishna promised 5,000 years back, yadha yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuktanam adharmasya tadatmanam shrujamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. He says, I will happen again and again and again to re-establish the dharma. As promised by Bhagavan Sri Krishna, he has happened again as Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is blessing us with the same darshan that Arjuna had 5,000 years back. As you read the Vishwarupa Darshan chapter of Bhagavad Gita, you feel like, oh God, what would it have been for Arjuna to witness that huge divine cosmic form of Parabrahma Krishna? And we are all blessed with that exact same darshan on the 14th of December. Yes. Each and every one of us are going to be blessed with the Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan, which is being blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, revealing the divine cosmic form and transmitting that experience of the cosmic consciousness to each and every one of us. Do not miss. The program is starting at 4 p.m. Indian Standard Time on the 14th of December, and the darshan will be from 8 p.m. onwards. We'll be having the darshan. So do not miss, mark your calendars. A very important day, and cosmically the stars are aligned, the grahas are aligned in such a way for the experience of Vishwarupa Darshan to happen. And the Supreme Pontiff will be transmitting that experience, mirroring his neurons into each and every one of our brains for us to cognize that experience, for us to imbibe that experience and internalize that experience. So it is all about experience. No more words, no more talks, no more discourses. It's about come, experience the divine cosmic form and take back with you the ultimate cosmic consciousness. So 14th of December, the program is scheduled to start at 4 p.m. in the evening Indian Standard Time, and the darshan will be from 8 p.m. onwards. And we sincerely recommend you attend the full program, because like how Arjuna was prepared from the chapter 1 to chapter 10. It is not like the first chapter was Vishwarupa Darshan. No, Arjuna was prepared to receive the darshan. Similarly, the preparation program is important for you to prepare yourself so you can have the best experience when Swamiji comes live for the Vishwarupa Darshan. So the program starts at 4 p.m. Indian Standard Time on the 14th of December. And of course, the 28th of December is Swamiji's Avatar Dinotsava. We are celebrating as a 21-day festival. 18th December we are starting, and the 28th is the Avatar Dinotsava, and after that 10 more days of festival. So a total of 21 days, Brahmotsavam, Nithyanandotsava. The main day is the Avatar Day, falling on the 28th of December. We have Pratyaksha Pada Puja, Tula Bharam, amidst other rituals as well. So with that, we come to the conclusion of today's program, and we invite you to come and join us December 14th for Gita Jayanti, December 28th for the Avatar Day celebrations. So we'll be concluding now with the Purna Mantra, and the next segment of this program will be the Satsang delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be concluding this with the Purna Mantra, and please stay tuned for the Satsang.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.